Good morning, everybody. We have an early start today to accommodate our next witness, Ellie. Those of you with mobile devices may use them to report what you've heard in the hearing room when 10 minutes or more have elapsed, but you may not use them for recording or photography. Yes, could the witness be sworn, please?
Good morning, Ellie. I'm the usher, and I'm going to take you through the affirmation. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Please can you repeat after me? I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie. I know that giving evidence is not everybody's cup of tea, and it may not be yours. If ever you need a break, just say so, and we will stop and pause to let you have a break. We're going to have a break anyway at about 10:30 for 15 minutes.
Very kind, thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. So I'm not going to ask the witness her name because she's been granted anonymity. I'll refer to you as Ellie throughout because that's the cipher that has been given to you by this inquiry. And can you confirm that's correct?
That is correct.
You gave a witness statement to this inquiry dated the 29th of May 2025. That reference is UCPI 38206. Do you recognise that that is your statement?
Yes.
And it consists of 38 pages. You've signed and dated the last page. I'm not going to bring it up on the screen, but I think you've seen that recently. And can you confirm that its contents are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can, yes.
And that will stand as your written evidence to the inquiry.
Understood.
Now, the statement addresses your experience of the man you knew as James Straven, whose real name is James Thompson and is also known to this inquiry by the cipher HN16. His code name for his SDS operation was Magenta Triangle. Are you content for me to refer to him as James throughout?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. We know that he was deployed as an undercover officer from 1997 to 2002, and you knew him in his undercover identity during the last 2 years of that operation, from about 2000 to 2002. Is that right?
Yes, my memory is a bit shaky from back then. It was either 2000 or it started 2001 to 2002.
Okay. We can go into that in a bit more detail. And of course, you also knew him for a further 16 years after his deployment ended. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll do today is ask you questions about some parts of your witness statement and go into a little bit more detail in some of those aspects. Okay?
Okay.
If we can start with your background and your interest in animal welfare. I think you start your evidence about 1998 when you were about 18 years old, and I think you were in your last year of college. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And do you want to tell us a little bit about what you were doing at that time?
I had begun volunteering at a local wildlife hospital. I volunteered there for a few years, then I was taken on part-time, and then I was taken on full-time.
Okay. And whilst volunteering there, is that where you met Wendy?
Correct, yes. She was also taken on part-time and then full-time.
And why was it that you were volunteering at the wildlife hospital?
I had an interest in animal welfare. I was considering going on and doing and working in that area, so I thought it would be a good experience.
Okay. Can we take it that you cared quite a lot for animals?
Yeah, I have a soft spot for them.
Okay. You say that you first started in a volunteer position, and then you went on to be full-time employed at the hospital. Can you recall when that position changed?
I could hazard a guess round about 2000, 2001. Round about then I went full time.
Okay, and your friend at the hospital was Wendy. Can you describe how the common interest that you had, and also the differences between you and Wendy in terms of interest?
So we were both roughly the same age. We were the only two people that were hired. We got on quite well pretty much right from the start. I knew she was very passionate about animals. I knew she was vegan, and I knew she was quite into animal rights, whereas I was more animal welfare side of things. But, you know, despite that, we got on very well and we became firm friends quite quickly.
You say she was in animal rights. Would you describe her as an animal rights activist?
From my limited understanding then, yes, I knew she gave talks, I knew she went to demos, and then later on I knew she went hunt sabbing.
James Thompson, in his witness statement, so for your references at paragraph 291, he describes you as an animal welfare sympathiser, but not an extremist or an activist. Is that fair?
Yes, I would say that was fair.
And is it right then that you didn't go on to go to talks, animal rights events, and that sort of thing?
I think there was one demonstration I went to from work, but that was to hand out leaflets to drum up some. The Wildlife Hospital was a charity, so that was to hand out leaflets at this demo to get some support for the charity. And I think I went out with Wendy. I tried hunt sabbing maybe 3 times.
Okay.
That was my whole extent.
Okay, and when you say you went on about 3 hunt sabs, that was between the dates of 1998 and 2002, I think you say in your witness statement.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact dates, I'm sorry, but within that era, yeah.
And was that really the extent of your involvement of the accommodation you were in, attached to the wildlife hospital, and into what had been Wendy's mum's house in early 2001. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you said earlier that Wendy had been asked by James, is that right, to exchange phone numbers or to get your phone number?
Yes.
Is
I
that... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, no, you're good.
Is that
Sorry.
how you came to be in further contact with James?
Yes, I can't remember who initiated the first contact, but yes, that's how we started.
When you say you can't remember who initiated the first contact, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, I can't remember who would have texted who first.
When you say that it was James who asked Wendy, how did that come about? Do you recall that, or?
I remember her saying that he was interested in me, and would I be interested in maybe going out with him?
So he made the first step in that regard?
I see what you mean. Yes, he did.
Okay. And so Wendy then gave him your phone number and gave
Yes,
you his phone number, is that right?
I think so.
Okay. And then at some point either one of you contacted the other to arrange a first meet?
Correct.
Okay. We understand from Sarah, who gave evidence to the inquiry last week, that she had left the UK and moved abroad around March 2001. Can you recall when you first started to meet up with James?
Not with any accuracy, I can't, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sarah recalls that within a few weeks of moving away, she heard news that James had started a new relationship with you. And in James's witness statement, and for the record, it is paragraph 295, he says the approximate period of time that we were involved in a sexual relationship was from April or May 2001 until my deployment ceased in early 2002. That April or May 2001, was that when the relationship developed into a sexual relationship, or do you have a different recollection?
As in, is that when we started dating?
Yeah, what do you remember about the timings of when you first met to dating to then a sexual relationship?
I was pretty sure I was living in Wendy's mum's house. I think I had left the wildlife hospital at that point. There was a gap from when we started dating to when we first started sleeping together, because there was an issue of contraceptive.
Okay. I can ask you a bit about that in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking a matter of a few weeks, a couple of months, something like that?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Don't apologise at all. Is it right you were about 21 by that stage? Early 2001, you were 21.
21, correct, yeah.
How would you describe your character? What kind of a 21-year-old were you?
I was an awkward, geeky, naive, possibly a bit sheltered 21-year-old. I'd moved out of home and moved into the wildlife hospital, and that was my first step into the real world, and I had screwed that up quite spectacularly. And then turns out I was kind of homeless, living in a friend's house. not quite sure what was going on. I was often sort of told by the guy that we worked with, that colleague, that I was very naive, and I think, much as I hate to admit it, he was right.
When you say you screwed that up spectacularly, are you referring to actually what that colleague was doing and how he was treating you?
Yeah, I've just walked straight into a bad situation and then ended up homeless within the period of a year of moving out. It was fairly spectacular.
So how were you feeling or coping at that time?
When I left the wildlife hospital, looking back in hindsight, I wasn't great. I would cry at the drop of a hat. A simple task that should have taken 5 minutes seemed to take half an hour. I was sleeping all the time, didn't have a lot of motivation. I was quite underweight, I remember that. And I just, when I moved into Wendy's, I ended up pretty much, I didn't leave the house for about a week. I think I just slept constantly. And then after that, I had to start again. So sorry, that's my dog. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. So that's the situation you were in early 2001, and that's when James and you started dating.
Yes, correct.
How often were you seeing each other at that early stage in your relationship?
It was wasn't particularly intense, so we would only really see each other maybe once a week, twice a week, pretty much for the entire relationship. It was never, there'd be texting and calling in between, but we would only really meet up once or twice a week maximum.
And what sort of things would you do in terms of going out and dating?
A lot of the time it'd be going out for meals, talking, getting to know each other, cinema, just your normal standard dating.
Did it progress to going away for weekends or anything like that?
Eventually it did, and not right at the beginning, but then, yeah, as time went on, he had a motorbike. I'd always wanted a motorbike, so we would go out for sort of day trips. We would ride around. I'd be perched on the back. Sometimes we went and stayed in an Airbnb overnight. We'd go away and then come back. That sort of happened later on.
How old did you understand him to be?
Yeah, so initially I believed he was 33 years old, and then there was an incident. He always seemed quite conscious of the age gap. There was an incident when we were having dinner, and he mentioned his children, and I worked out that he would have been quite young when he'd had his first child. And that had made him a bit uncomfortable. And it was, I can't remember how long it was after that, not that long, I got some random phone call from him saying that he'd spoken to Sarah and she had pointed out that he got his age wrong and he was actually 36 and not 33. And I thought he obviously always knew his age. He just had lied to me about his age because he was conscious of the age difference, but he was actually 36 years old.
Okay. And we heard evidence from Sarah last Friday that she doesn't believe that conversation between her and James actually happened because she always understood that he was 2 years younger than her, and at the time she was 35. So that would make him 33. That was her understanding.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I did speak to her, and I did ask her about this conversation, and she said to me that it never happened, but I didn't know that she also thought he was 33.
Okay. We understand, as the inquiry, that in fact he was 37 years old when you first started dating, which would make him about 16 years your senior.
Yes, that's awkward. Yes.
Did his being older cause you any real concern at the time?
When I thought he was 33, that was sort of the upper limit. I know my sister had a concern about that, but I was okay with him being 33. When I found out he was 36, it was an issue. But at that point, we were dating, and I liked him, and it wasn't an issue enough to end it.
Can we have up on screen, please, the Tradecraft Manual extract, which is MPS 0527597 at page 27, paragraph 5.6.3. And this is the extract that has been quoted a few times before, but it says, while you may try to avoid any sexual encounter, there may come a time when your lack of interest may become suspicious. In these circumstances, you can either try to introduce an appropriate male or female from your own relations or friends to meet the wearies on a few occasions, or ask the office if they can find an ex-SDS operative to fill such a role. Both options are fraught with difficulty, and you must make your own mind up about how to proceed. If you have no other option but to become involved with the weary, you should try to have a fleeting, disastrous relationship with individuals who are not important to your sources of information. One cannot be involved with the weary in a relationship for a period of time without risking serious consequences. That can be taken down, thank you. Knowing how your relationship started with James and how long it went on for, and knowing just how important you were to Wendy in terms of the friendship and living with her, it doesn't appear to be that he complied with that advice in the Tradecraft Manual. Would you agree that that's fair?
I would agree that that's fair, both for Sarah and myself.
Okay. Your evidence is clear, I think, that he did the chasing. You weren't chasing him initially.
Correct.
And that you were an important source, you had an important relationship with his source of information, that being Wendy. Is that right?
Yes, I gave him unfettered access to her residence.
So putting aside for a moment the legal and ethical value of that Tradecraft Manual for a moment, he didn't even comply with that guidance. Is that
No,
your evidence?
He seems to have done the opposite.
I want to move on to what James actually told you about himself. What did you know about his background, or what the inquiry has come to know as his legend?
Yeah, so he said he had a Scottish background. His father was a laird. I had no idea what that was. He had his father was very military, and I think his grandfather was as well. He had two brothers and a sister. I think at least one brother was also in the military. He said his sister was a bit quirky. She was an actress, and she was doing quite well for herself in that field. He said he had sort of private schools. I think he was expected to go into the military but didn't. He was a bit of a black sheep.
Did that background chime with any famous family that you have come to be aware of?
when I found out everything, I spent a lot of time trying to look a lot of stuff up and try and understand as best I could. And the family thing came back a lot. I ended up looking up anyone that would fit that profile, and I did come across somebody called James Christopher Swinton, who's part of the Swinton family. I think his father was a laird, his brothers were in the military. He was in sort of television production, and his sister was an actress, and his sister is Tilda Swinton. And it fit with everything that he said. That fit. So initially, when I didn't know who he was, I was wondering if he was James Christopher Swinton. It was only when I found out it was Tilda Swinton, I thought, well, he just lied. And then I found a photo of them, the whole family, and I was like, yeah, no, he made the whole thing up. But I do believe that's what I personally believe that's what he based his legend on.
Do you remember when you discovered that?
So that would have been in the months preceding, the months after he told me that he was an undercover officer. It would have been a few months after that.
And we'll come to that. That's about 2018 onwards, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
In terms of previous relationships that he had, were you aware of any significant past relationships apart from Sarah?
I knew he had had a long-term partner. I can't for the life of me remember if he said they were married or not, but he said he had 3 children with her. He said it wasn't particularly happy, and they were going to split up a few times, but every time they split up, she got pregnant, and they ended up staying. But they had 3 children together, and then they split up, but it was relatively amicable. So I knew about this lady, and then I knew about Sarah.
And is that the extent of it?
That is the extent of it that I knew, yes.
What about his cover accommodation?
His cover accommodation was a shock when I first got there. He was always quite well presented and well turned out. His clothes were always quite neat. I know some of the Huntsabs, including Wendy, used to laugh at him for ironing his jeans. So when I saw his accommodation, it wasn't what I expected. It was very run down. I think there were 2 very thready towels in the bathroom. There was nothing personal in there at all. There was hardly any food in the fridge. It didn't look lived in, and it didn't fit with him.
Okay. How often would you stay at his cover accommodation, and how often would you stay where you were living with Wendy?
I'm not sure. I want to say roughly maybe 50-50, but I can't be positive on that. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I should have made that clear. When you were with James, where would you spend the time together, and where would you stay overnight together?
Yeah, so we would either go out local to Wendy's, and then we would go back to Wendy's, or we would go out further afield, or we would go up to London, and then we would go back to his and spend the night at his place.
In terms of his cover employment, what did you understand he did for a job?
So he said that he had started off as a locations assistant, and then had become a locations manager. And he did do some work with the BBC. He had a couple of films that he'd done. There was a sort of a TV mini-series that he was part of. I don't know if I can say what it is?
We don't need to go into to what particular shows he was involved with, and we don't need to know the name of the company he worked in.
No, yeah. Then he ended up setting up a little company with some friends later on. I remember one of the shows he did, we ended up watching it to support him, to be supportive. And we watched right through to the end, and we saw his name come up on the credits as associate producer. and we were really happy for him and really supportive.
When you
of
say
that.
we, who do you mean?
Wendy and myself.
Okay. And how much travel did the job entail?
He did go away a fair amount. He would either be away spending time with his children, or he would be away travelling for work. He would go either around the UK, or he will travel further afield. That one time he told me he was in Tuscany or in Italy, or nice places where I wasn't, basically. But yeah, he did seem to travel quite a lot.
If I can ask you about the nature of the relationship itself, how would you characterise the relationship with James?
From my point of view, he was my first, what I would call, proper relationship. So anybody that I dated before hadn't been, that the feelings hadn't been that intense. It hadn't been there. This one I was very comfortable in quite quickly. I could see it going on for a long time. He was the first person that I thought I could actually see myself with someone. It was easy, it was nice, there was no pressure, I could be myself. Apparently not, but he was my first love, basically, my first proper intense relationship.
Did you think that there could be anybody else in that relationship, or was it exclusive to you two? Was it a monogamous relationship?
I was having a conversation once, I do remember that, with Wendy, and we were talking about people cheating on each other. And I said, yeah, I don't think James would do that. And she went, no, he's not really the type. He doesn't seem to be the type. We got that incredibly wrong. But I was under the impression it was monogamous.
You spoke about contraception a moment ago. Can you explain how you dealt with that in your relationship? He was reluctant to sleep together without contraception, which was great, obviously. So I went to maybe look at going on the pill, and talking with my doctor, we trialled the injection. And I think once you have it, you have to wait a couple of weeks once you've had that, and then you can start an intimate relationship. So it took a little while for me to get that sorted. But once that was done, we never used any other forms of contraception. Okay. We heard evidence from Sarah last week about James informing her about the difficulties he had in maintaining intimate relationships for long periods of time. And that was due to traumatic childhood experiences relating to when he was at boarding school, his best friend being raped by the headmaster and subsequently killing themselves, and that his first sexual relationship had been with a 35-year-old teacher from his school, and the fact that both of those experiences had impacted upon him significantly. Did he ever talk to you about those experiences?
The rape? No, that was fairly horrific that he would say that. He did say that he had a sexual relationship with a school nurse, but he seemed quite proud of that. That was only really mentioned once, and it wasn't brought up as an issue.
Did he have an issue in maintaining a sexual relationship with you?
No, he didn't.
In your witness statement, you talk about giving each other space, and that suited you. Can you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm quite an introvert. I'm quite a private person. I do like my own space, and he seemed to as well. So I do find it uncomfortable if you date someone and then you're getting 10 texts a day and calling and meeting up every night. Or I find that quite claustrophobic. So the fact that it was a nice slow pace and we weren't in each other's pockets, suited me very well. And then when we were together, it was lovely. It was romantic, it was caring, it was sweet, it was easy, it was fun. It was great, and then I still had time for myself.
What about gifts? Was he quite generous towards you?
Birthdays, yeah, he gave me a gift. It was because I said I wanted to ride a motorbike. He'd given me the CBT course, the initial motorbike course, which was very generous, and I was quite uncomfortable accepting that, especially because I think I'd given him a bottle of whiskey, which was 21 years old, which ended up being the same age as me, and that was weird. But yeah, so he gave me that motorbike course, and then I think before he left, he gave me the next one to end up getting my full license.
And who would pay for your meals out, or you spoke of weekends away and that sort of thing?
He was very generous with that as well. I didn't have a lot of money, especially because I was, after the wildlife hospital, I was finding my feet and trying to get, sort of, by the time you pay bills with you, there's not a lot left. So I didn't have a lot of expendable income. I did try and pay halves as much as I could, but when we went away to Airbnbs, I'm very sure that he was the one that he always said, if I want to do it, I'd rather pay for it so then we can do it, because that's what I would like. So he paid for a lot of those things.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the trip abroad that you took. Was it one trip abroad that you had with him?
Yes, yeah.
And that trip was to Indonesia and Singapore. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was around September 2001.
It must have been later, because it was after the 9/11 attack.
Okay, so that was the attacks on the World Trade Center and other US targets on the 11th of September 2001 that became known as 9/11.
Yeah. So whether it was sort of end of September or beginning of October, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
The inquiry understands the dates of that trip to be between the 26th of September 2001 and the 5th of October 2001. Does that ring true?
Okay. That would work out, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us how it was that you went on this trip with James?
He had suggested it. He was going over to see a friend of his and to visit him in Indonesia, and he asked me if I wanted to come, which I thought was fantastic. So yeah, I jumped at the chance.
The inquiry knows that that person who he went to visit in Indonesia, in Jakarta, is a person known to this inquiry as L4, so they have a cipher.
Yes.
Did you know that person?
I certainly knew of that person. Maybe I'd met him once or twice. I must have met him a couple of times. Yeah.
And did that person have a partner over there in Indonesia?
Not in Indonesia. His partner was over here. What I found out later, which I didn't know at the time, was that his partner had contacted James, and she had said that she was exceptionally worried about L4 because of things that had happened, and she was worried that he was over there isolated and alone, and she paid for James to go over and be with him because she knew they were friends, and she just wanted him to be supportive and be a supportive friend over there.
Okay. Now the context to this, the inquiry understands, is that L4 had been assaulted, run over by a vehicle during the course of being on a hunt sab. Was that your understanding as well?
Yes, what I had heard is that someone had driven, I think it was a car, at a bunch of sabs, and he'd been hit sort of from the legs upwards. So the wheels had gone over his entire body. And then I think I heard that the car had then circled back around to come back and go over him again. And then the driver had been stopped.
Okay. And we understand that he nearly died from that incident.
He was very unwell. I think if he hadn't have been, ironically, if he hadn't have been a hunt sab and been as fit as he was, he would not have survived.
At the time when James was going over to visit him in Indonesia, we understand that the trial against the person accused of that assault had collapsed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, and this is sort of third party. I heard this from someone who heard it, so forgive me if it's not completely accurate, but my understanding was that the trial had collapsed on a technicality, and it had come across as a little derogatory towards L4.
Okay.
As in, so the whole lot had fallen apart.
Okay. It's absolutely your understanding that we're interested in. It's what you understood to be the case. And your evidence is that it was L4's partner that paid for James to go to Indonesia. Who paid for you?
I'm about 70-80% sure that James paid, because again, I didn't have a lot of money. I question myself quite a lot as I go through it all, so I second guess myself a bit, but I'm about 80% sure he paid for me.
And he paid for the. You think he might have paid for the tickets, the flight tickets?
Flights and accommodation, yeah.
Okay. But it may have been you that paid for flights and accommodation.
It might have been me that paid flights or contributed to flights, but I don't think I did.
Okay. What about accommodation?
I really did not have a lot of money. There was no way I could have done that.
So in terms of the accommodation, just to be clear, who paid for that?
I'm sure he paid for.
Okay.
The flights, I'm 80% sure he paid for.
Okay. And who organised the trip?
He organised everything. I literally just floated along.
Okay. Did you deal with the tickets at all? Did you have your own set of tickets?
He seemed to do everything. So he always came across as upper class, and he had this whole etiquette thing. So if you were walking down the road, he would always walk on the car side of the pavement, and I used to laugh at him about that and just, what are you doing, just walk. So he took all the tickets and the passports and everything, and he did all the checking in and all the sorting out, and I just thought, this is just something he does.
If I can just ask you about that passport, did you ever see his passport?
No.
Were you aware of who was detailed as his next of kin in the passport?
No, I wouldn't have a clue.
Could we have up on screen, please, MPS 0719722? This is page 3, paragraph 2.7. This is part of the inquiries that took place into James Thompson's deployment shortly after he had left the SDS. And it says this: Indonesia. Matters began to come to a head in early September 2001 when DS Thompson sought authorization to visit L4 in Indonesia. His operational grounds for doing so were based on a need to brief L4 on legal issues around the L5 trial. L5 being the person that was accused of assaulting him. His request was initially authorised, but events soon overtook that decision with the attack on the 11th of September. It quickly became apparent, both from media sources as well as the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, that there were too many risks attached to such a visit, particularly in view of the anti-American and British fervour being fomented in Indonesia. DS Thompson was therefore instructed not to travel to the Far East. He was patently dismissive of the decision and its rationale, but advised the office that he would travel to France on annual leave instead from the 26th of September to the 5th of October. Could we have up paragraph 2.8 as well, please? 2.8 reads, by early November, inquiries had established that DS Thompson had indeed travelled to Singapore and Indonesia during his leave period using his covert identity. As a result of this serious breach of operational security and discipline, he was interviewed by Detective Chief Superintendent Colin Black and informed that his operation would be concluded at the earliest opportunity, a final date being set of the 27th of January 2002. DS Thompson continued to maintain that he held the moral high ground and justified his decision to override the veto on travel to Indonesia on the basis of operational necessity. There was, incidentally, no intelligence feedback from this trip. That can be taken down, thank you. So it's understood from that document, Ellie, that he was forbidden by his managers to go to Indonesia. Yet, on your evidence, he invited you to go with him. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. To what extent, if at all, did he explain to you that there were any risks involved with such travel at that time?
He didn't. And in fact, we went to Indonesia and saw L4, and then we went and stayed on an island for a couple of nights. When we got back from the island, we were told that we then had to leave Indonesia, and that's why we ended up in Singapore. We were evacuated.
Who told you you had to leave?
James.
You say you were evacuated to Singapore. What was that like?
We got a flight to Singapore. Evacuated sounds dramatic. We got on a plane. And I think L4 had already left at that point.
So L4 had already left Indonesia?
I believe so, yes.
How much time did you spend with L4?
Only a few days. Not very long at all.
In Singapore, you went and had a Singapore sling in Raffles, is that right?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. He was quite keen on doing that. That seemed to be a bucket list thing.
Is there anything specific that made it feel like that was something more than just a touristy thing one might do when in Singapore?
He was that was one place he definitely did want to go. I have found out since then that this was a bit of a place that all of the undercovers were quite keen on visiting. There's a Raffles in London, I think, where Ian Fleming wrote the James Bond stories, and that seems to be a thing for them that they all like. I didn't know that at the time.
Okay, so you didn't appreciate that at the time, but on reflection, that appears to be something significant, does it?
It does. He was very keen on going. That seemed to be a big deal to him, to have a Singapore sling in Raffles.
Did you ever hear of James being referred to by nicknames?
James Blonde, yes, yeah.
And why was that?
Wendy told me right from the start that when he first came out in the field, everyone assumed he was an undercover officer, they said he was very textbook in his approach, and so they called him James Blonde as a bit of a joke. As time went on, they decided that he wasn't an undercover officer, but the nickname stuck.
Was he aware of that nickname, as far as you knew?
He was aware of the nickname. He wasn't aware how it came about.
Okay. How regularly was that used?
I don't know. Within the activist circles, I wouldn't have a clue.
Okay. Did you use that term for him?
No, I don't think I did.
If somebody were looking at James's deployment for the first time, a fairly superficial look at it, knowing that his nickname was James Blonde, could it be seen that he may have been a bit of a James Bond character, this sense of a lovable rogue, somebody getting into a bit of trouble, disregarding his superiors and the rules, and having love affairs whilst spying, travelling? What do you say to that sense of his deployment?
That seems to fit, to be honest with you. That seems to be exactly what he's done.
Okay. And how does that fit with your experience of it? Do you feel like you've had an experience with a James Bond character?
I obviously didn't at the time. He was always a very private, secretive person, but I didn't feel he was like that at the time. Looking back, I do now.
In terms of photographs from that holiday, can you explain what happened to your holiday snaps?
My holiday snaps, I had a couple of rolls of film and I had one left in the camera. And when we got back to the UK, he said, give me your rolls of film and I'll get them developed with mine. And I never saw them again. And he told me that none of mine had come out. And the two photos that I have of him that I've exhibited were the ones that were remaining in my camera when I got back. Everything else was gone. He did, I think because I didn't have any of the photos, he'd made 2 collages for me of our time away, which I was really touched about at the time, and they were photos and bits and pieces of our stay, bits of memorabilia of our stay, like a coaster from Raffles, that sort of thing.
And what did you think about that at the time?
I was genuinely touched. I thought that was an incredibly thoughtful gesture. It showed that someone had put a bit of time and effort into doing something like that. That meant quite a lot to me. I kept them for ages. And in fact, when I did bring myself to throw them out, that's why I took a picture of them, so that I still had a copy of them. But it meant a lot.
What do you think about that now, looking back?
Looking back, I'd be surprised if he was the one that did it. Maybe someone else did it. I don't know.
Do you think there may be any other reason why that collage came to be?
What do you mean, sorry?
Did you ever give any other thought as to why none of your photos came out?
In hindsight, I think he got rid of them because there were photos of him.
So what was contained on that collage in terms of the photographs?
There was photographs of the area. I think I was in a couple of them. Some of the photographs were from Singapore, some were from Jakarta, some were from the island. And then there was So when we arrived on the island, we got these little hats and a little drink, and so one of the little hats was in there. I think plane tickets were in there.
Did he feature in the collage?
He did not, no, funnily enough.
I'd like to move to the withdrawal in early 2002 when his deployment was coming to an end. Now this happened about 10 months into your relationship, so from the point at which you started dating in early like springtime 2001 to early 2002. What can you tell me about what happened at the start of 2002?
When he was preparing to leave.
Yeah.
So he turned up one day to go on a date, and he went, "Oh, let's go for a walk," and we walked around the block, around Wendy's place, and he explained that his ex-partner had a new partner who had a job in San Francisco, and she wanted to take the children and emigrate and needed his permission. And he'd given his permission, but he didn't want to have his children on the other side of the world. He had started up this small production company with a couple of friends of his, and so they had decided that he could be the LA branch, and he could then move over there and work from America. So he was going to be leaving. From there, things did progress quite quickly. There were I was round at his place. He went out. He said he had to go out for a meeting. When he came back, he was a bit quiet and a bit in a little bit of a bad mood. And he said things were progressing faster than he wanted, and he was probably going to be leaving quicker than he anticipated. And I think there was one more time when we went out for a walk, and he said, there's a job role come up, which means I would have to leave quite fast. So within a matter of weeks, he was then gone.
And what impression did he give you about having to leave faster than he thought?
He was not. He was not happy about leaving as quickly. That's the impression I got. He was a bit disappointed that he was going as fast as he was. He was a bit unimpressed.
It's right, isn't it, that he eventually moved around March 2002. Was that your understanding, that that's when he left for America?
That sounds about right.
Okay. The inquiry is aware that there had been a meeting on the 20th of November 2001. So for your reference, I'm not going to display it, but it was MPS 0007389 at page 1. And this is the meeting that James Thompson had with SDS managers and Detective Superintendent Colin Black. Detective Chief Superintendent Colin Black, in which James had been instructed to terminate his operation by the 27th of January 2002. And that timeline, we understand, was extended at James Thompson's request due to the complexities of his withdrawal plan involving a job in LA. And the reference for that, sir, is MPS 0719722 at page 3. It's paragraph 2.9. I don't need to show it on the screen. Ellie, what do you recall about those plans? What was he telling you about these plans and the complexity around that?
Only really what he said, that there'd been this job that had come up in LA, and he was going to have to leave sooner than he anticipated. That was pretty much it.
Okay. Before he left, he bought you a follow-up motorbike course. I think you've commented on that already. Can we have on the display, please, UCPI 38208. So it's behind tab A2 of the bundle. Is this the card that he gave to you?
Yes, it is.
And where he says, Ellie, or your real name, as you seem to be struggling with the concept, I've removed the decision process from you. The enclosed is non-refundable. So if you don't take it, I can't get the cash back anyway. See you in the south of France. With love, James. Was there any sense, Dor, that this was the end of the relationship for you and James?
I didn't know, and I should have asked. When he said see you in the south of France, I was like, oh well, I'll learn to ride. We'll meet up. We'll go for a ride. Maybe we'll keep in touch. But I wasn't quite sure what he was going to do. Everything seemed a bit up in the air. He seemed to have a lot on his plate. So I did leave the ball in his court. And so when he left, I wasn't sure if I would hear from him again. And then I got that email.
Thank you, that can be taken down. How did you feel once he left or pretended to leave for America?
I was a little bit hollow, to be honest with you. Like I said, it was the first relationship that I thought this could last. And then it was taken away, and it wasn't like we'd split up, so it wasn't like we'd fallen out. There was no attraction there anymore, there were no feelings there anymore. We still had all of that. It was just a logistical situation that had separated us. So from that point of view, it was quite heartbreaking.
The inquiry understands that a lot of time, effort and expense was put into formulating his extraction plan. I'm not going to bring this up, but sir, for your reference, it is MPS 0007389 that details his extraction plan. Are you able to help us with whether many people from the animal rights group or from your circle of friends moved away, went to live abroad? Was that a regular thing amongst the people that you knew or not?
No, not really. I think we were it. Wendy and I moved away. We were the only other ones that I know.
Okay, so we'll come to that in a moment. You and Wendy moved away. We understand that Sarah moved away as well. She moved away in 2001.
Sorry, you're correct, she did, yes.
And L4 had moved out, at least for some time, to Indonesia, is that right?
L4 worked abroad.
Okay.
So he didn't move.
Was there anything particularly suspicious about James's move abroad?
No.
What did Wendy say about it?
Can't remember.
Was his absence discussed?
I mean, it would have been. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
What would you have thought or done if he had simply not contacted you after his pretend move to America?
That would have been it, and I would have had to get on with my life.
Before we move on to contact post his deployment, I just want to ask you one thing about phone billing records. If we can have on the display, please, MPS 0719722. This is page 9. Again, this is in reference to a document about inquiries into James Thompson's deployment a few months after his withdrawal. So the date of this document is the 5th of July 2002, entitled Magenta Triangle, Overview and Summary of Inquiries, and it's authored by DI HN53. And what we can see here is there is some analysis of DS Thompson's phone traffic. And what we can see from paragraph 4.1 is that the analysis was looking at phone calls between the 1st of April 2001 until the 8th of April 2002, so over approximately 1 year, and it's the final year of his deployment that roughly correlates with the time that you were in a sexual relationship with him. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And over the page, on page 10, if we can have the next page up, please. So the next page will be page 10. And essentially it breaks down those calls. We'll have it up in a moment. And calls relating to you. We can see here in that bottom table, you're at the top of the table. Can you see Ellie is ciphered there in the first row of that bottom table? Is that coming up on your screen?
It is, yes.
Okay. So in relation to Ellie, between those dates, that year from April 2001 to April 2002, there are about 301 calls. Well, there are 301 calls to you. Roughly over a year, that's one nearly every day on average. Does that sound about right?
Are they calls or are they text messages and calls?
I think these are calls. We can ask further details about that with other witnesses, but from looking at the document, it's calls.
That seems a lot. That would be more than one a day. That seems a lot.
Okay. Would that seem a lot if it included text messages?
No.
Okay.
If it included text messages back and forth, that would make more sense.
Okay. Looking at the top of the page, so if we take that one down and look at calls that are made to people in his real life as James Thompson, we can see that the top line relates to DS Thompson's real life partner, 627 calls, and then the line below is calls to DS Thompson's real life ex-wife, children or family, 226 calls. You've spoken about your knowledge of James's ex He didn't know whether it was wife or partner, but the fact that he had children with her.
Yes.
Were you not aware then of a real-life partner?
I was certainly not aware of a real life partner.
Okay. You can take that down, thank you. I'd like to ask you about contact post-deployment, so from the point at which he moved away to America, on your understanding. The inquiry understands that his deployment officially concluded on the 25th of March 2002. So for reference, that's MPS 0719722 at page 2. I don't need to display that. But we understand that within a matter of weeks he sent you an email, and that's something you've exhibited at UCPI 38289. It's page 2 of that document. So we can see there, this email was from the 8th of May 2002. So approximately 6 weeks after you understood he'd left for America. Is that about right?
That sounds about right.
So we can see from paragraphs 3 and 4 of that email that he says in paragraph 3, I've got a 1 month rental, a 1 month let on a small apartment in West Hollywood. Smaller even than my place in London was, but hey, there's a pool and the grass is unsullied and proletariat on account of all the security required. And he talks about the place he has in LA. In the 4th paragraph, so the next one down, he talks about getting personal. And he says, anyway, that's all my drivel, so let's turn to yours. There isn't a problem with you getting personal in emails, as you suggest. That only applies to me. Besides, as I could rarely get a genuine insight into how you felt about things when I was with you, I definitely want to know now. As there is no longer any possibility of my being able to look at you whilst you're talking, I'm hoping it'll be easier for you. I do want to know that you're happy after all. I also want to know that you're grabbing the life that should be yours. You're a hell of a lot smarter than either you let on or allow yourself to believe. But when you get careless and distracted, it leaks out, mostly through your sense of humour and wit, which I miss hugely, by the way, as you often don't have the confidence to force an issue even when you know you're right. Towards the end of that paragraph, he says, I don't see you ever ducking an adventure, so it's just a matter of being in the right places to let them happen to you. I really do want you to have as much fun in your life as I've had, and hopefully will continue to have in mine. It'll be fun meeting up when you're old and grey and I'm a ghost to swap war stories, all to be horribly exaggerated in the interests of a good yarn, of course. And then towards the end of that email, as we can see on page 3, if that can be enlarged, can you see that on your screen?
I can, yes.
He says, I also need you to do a spot of considering. I'm likely to be heading for Europe in a while, the Cannes Film Festival, darling, and we'll have to stop off in London, either on the way there or on the way back. So what I need to know is how you feel about meeting up for a curry or pizza or some such. Is it too soon, and how do you feel, etc., etc. Have a serious think and let me know. I won't take offence either way. and will continue to bother you via email until much later when we can meet in the Pyrenees or Alps on motorcycles. Oh, and can you not mention this to anyone else, as I don't want to be obliged to chase around seeing everyone. It will only be a short visit, read that script thing. Anyway, that'll do for now. It's far too hot to remain out here without a swim. Take care, my love. Yours, I, James, with a kiss. Ellie, do you remember how that letter made you feel at the time?
I printed that out and kept it because it meant quite a lot. So I ended up keeping it. I think I still got it somewhere.
And how do you read it now?
Not the same way. I don't know why he kept in touch with us. I don't know what he was playing at all.
What about having fun in life? Do you think that he was just having fun with you, with your relationship?
I don't think it cost him anything, and I think it would have helped his ego, and I think he would have enjoyed himself, and maybe, like you said, living this James Blonde persona, maybe that suited him.
You were asked by James not to mention his trip to England to others. Did you tell your friends that this relationship was ongoing, that you were still in communication with James?
Yes, Wendy knew, obviously, because she was also in touch with him. And I mean, yes, my friends knew that I had contact with this man called James.
And how often did you meet up once you thought he'd moved to America?
Whenever he was back in the UK, so it would, at a guess, again, it would be maybe once a year, twice every 18 months, maybe. And then later on, when we emigrated, it would be whenever I came back, which was every 18 months to 2 years.
We can come on to that in a moment. Just to finish this one point, because I think we're going to move to a break in a moment. When you did meet up, at the point where you're still in England, you understand he's coming back from America to visit. What were your meetups like? How did you behave with each other?
It picked up where it left off. It was like going on a date again. It just slipped straight back into that.
Any sexual relationship at that point?
No, not at that point.
Okay. Physical intimacy with him?
Always a kiss, always a goodbye kiss, like an intimate kiss. I think sometimes holding hands. And then later on, sort of over the years, there were very intimate moments.
Okay. Is it right that you were still emailing each other during these years before you left England?
Yes, yeah, we emailed relatively regularly.
And your sense of the relationship during those years, from 2002 to 2005, how would you describe the relationship?
Honestly, I'm not sure how I would describe it. It was more than friendship, but it wasn't a relationship. It was somewhere in the middle. Again, like when we met up, it was like being on a date. There was still that intimacy, there was still that romance. The emails were very caring and very close. I never really labelled it.
So that might be a good time now. I'm sorry we've overrun slightly.
Yes. Could we manage with a 10-minute break? Yes. Is 10 minutes enough for a break for you?
That would be great. Thank you.
Right, then we'll start again in 10 minutes.
Bye.
Hope we don't have a technical hitch. Yes. Ready to resume?
Ready, thank you.
Ellie, just before we move on to your move to Australia, can I just ask you one other thing about your trip to Indonesia? Was there ever any talk of revenge being taken for the attack on L4? That's whether you knew about that when you were in Indonesia or amongst groups at home.
Never.
You never
Well,
heard anything?
Never that I heard anything, no, never.
In terms of your move away, you left to move to Australia with Wendy, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And that was 2005?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that move?
I was a bit stuck. Obviously, after the wildlife hospital, I'd had to start from scratch. I'd started temping and then full-time and then worked my way back up. But they were necessary jobs rather than something that I really wanted to do. It was just something because I needed to pay bills and I needed to live. So I thought, this isn't really how I want my life to be. And then I didn't quite know what to do, and I found opportunities a bit limiting, so I thought I would go, have a bit of an adventure, sort myself out, decide where I want to be. It just progressed from there, just planning logistically how we can do it with the finances that we had. And it came up that we could move to Australia, initially for 2 years, but the option was there to stay if we needed to.
And I think you did stay there, did you, full-time?
We did,
permanently.
yes.
What impact did that have on your relationship or whatever communication you were having with James at the time?
It didn't really, because we saw each other maybe only once a year and via emails. There wasn't really an impact. It just flowed. It just carried on.
So you remained in email contact?
Yes.
Did you remain in phone contact as well? Or?
I think when we first moved over, I think I spoke to him on the phone. If we didn't have Wi-Fi, we had a sort of a card that can make international calls. So I may have spoken to him on the phone as well.
In terms of meeting up, how did you manage that?
Whenever I was going, and same with Wendy, whenever we were going back to the UK to visit, we would email and say, these are the dates we're going to be back. If you can make it back there and we can catch up, that would be great. And he would very often manage that.
What were your meetups like during that time?
Exactly the same as before. Nothing changed. In fact, he was one of the most consistent relationships I had.
So you continued to kiss like a couple when you met?
Yes, just continue to sort of date, if you like, go on trips, catch up, have dinners, have coffee.
Okay.
All the normal stuff.
And the level of intimacy of your conversations, that remained similar, did it?
Nothing changed.
How important in your life was that relationship that you had with James?
I considered him one of my closest friends. So him and Wendy, my sister, obviously, and I think there was like one or two people that I still kept in touch with from school. They were the closest people that had been with me the longest. And he was one of my most sustained, oldest, closest friends.
Did you see your relationship as platonic at that time, or was there a sexual element to it?
Platonic, only in the sense that we were on other sides of the world. We were, I mean, the emails themselves, they were flirty, they were fun, they were caring, they were, you know, everything that it had been, it still continued to be.
So was it like a long distance relationship that you were having with him?
It couldn't be a relationship because, again, of where we were and what we were doing. But it was more than a friendship and less than a relationship. It was as intimate as it could be, given the circumstances. But I wouldn't class it as a sexual relationship.
Okay. I want to look at the communications that you had post your move to Australia in 2005. Behind tab A5, it's exhibit UCPI 38290. And we can see this is an email sent to you. We know that in his communications with you, he appears to be travelling the world. We know that in another email he talks about being in Tunisia, Malaysia and Qatar. We can see that here on this email. At paragraph 3, he says here is Kuala Lumpur, which is just around the corner from you. So going back to paragraph 1, notice the clever link back. This is stuff all thought through. Sorry, that reference to paragraph 1 was what the reference he made in paragraph 3. So if you can highlight paragraph 3, please. Yeah. And how difficult life must be there, question mark. Why don't you pop over here? It can't be difficult as my hotel seems to be full of Australians and you're one of them now, right? It would give us a chance at that glass of wine and to talk of embarrassing things. I know I said I'd do that, but you could have a go too. Can you explain what he's referring to there?
The only thing I can think of with embarrassing things would be discussing feelings, intimacy, relationships. Our relationship. I'm really not good at that.
Okay. And at the end of this email, he says, just to sign off, reply and let me know if A, you're popping over, B, you're not, but your birthday tour plans are going so well you can give me a schedule I can intersect with. All my love as always, J and an X. And is that an indication of you both trying to make it work so that you could meet up physically?
Yes.
Or at least on the front on this email, he's asking you to reply and let him know what your travel plans are so that you can meet him in a location.
Yeah.
Okay.
And give him a bit of notice, yeah.
Okay. So he's inviting you to continue and meet up.
He is, yeah.
A further email then, behind tab 6, A6. This is exhibit 6B, UCPI 38291, page 2. We can see here now another email to you, this time seemingly from Saudi Arabia. Paragraph 4, please, if that can be highlighted. And what he's asking for here, third line down on the screen, can you send me a Google Earth link of where you are now? And halfway down, just past the privacy boxes, how far is it? Send Google Maps link soonest. I still get to ride occasionally, but only when back in Europe. He's asking you for a Google Earth link to where you're living at the time in Australia. Is that right?
That's right. I think that email, so the emails I sent you were from the first email account up to 2013. What I would often do is I would copy and paste an email onto a Word document and go out and then respond to it. And I think so that one would have been one of the later emails.
Okay.
Where he's asking, I've said that Wendy and I have bought a house and he's asking for our address.
Okay, that can be taken down, thank you. And then moving on behind tab A7, there's a number of emails that you've exhibited to your statement. UCPI 38281. And these are emails between the 14th of October 2008 through to the 26th of June 2014. And are these all the emails that you received? Was this all the communication, or these are just a few examples, are they?
They're just a few examples, yes.
About that time, can you recall how often you were emailing each other?
I think I worked it out from the ones that I still have. It was several times a year.
Now, paragraph 2 and 3 of this email. This is an email that is seemingly sent from Iraq. And a third line down in this paragraph, he said, actually, this trip is a bit of a swan song, as I've been coerced into an office job for a few months when I get back, so no more playtime for me until early 2009, which seems like a bloody long time away. I wish I could remember why I agreed to do it. I was either very, very drunk, or they've got photos of me doing something I shouldn't have been doing somewhere I probably shouldn't have been. And as I'm sure you agree, neither seem very likely. However, the upshot is I'll probably be a bit quicker on the correspondence, as I'll be sitting on my arse near a computer most of the time. There's at paragraph 3, glad to hear you're back to the studying, even though that won't be taken as a non-email excuse. In fact, if you're going online properly, I'm expecting many paragraphs and photos, anything involving lingerie, and you will no doubt help with the aforementioned condition you left me in by being at Heathrow when I was in Scotland. Note how it's all your fault, in my head at least. Or it might not, but I'll risk it. And then he signs off again. Anyway, drivelling, should be working, focus falling apart. In fact, with love nonetheless, of course, James, kiss. So he's asking here about lingerie. Did you send any photos with you in lingerie?
No, that's one thing I never do. So no, I didn't.
And the condition he's talking about, what was that reference to?
Sexual frustration.
Was that something that he relayed to you regularly?
Relatively regularly, yes. So for a little while we had, excuse my language here, what I called the bastard emails, where he would go somewhere exotic and nice, and I'd be like, thanks for that, you bastard. And then it moved on for a little while to the emails.
And that was a series of emails, was it?
That was the subject heading.
Okay. Can you remember generally the number of those emails?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue, I'm sorry.
Page 7 of this document, please. This is the 23rd of October 2011. It looks like now there's reference to Libya or Malta. He's sending you an email from that area. Paragraph 3, if we could highlight that, please. He says, I anticipate going back very shortly and then straight on to another job in Asia. Not one I can escape from, despite the proximity to nice places, so I'm afraid November won't work. This is a nuisance, as I find myself very much suffering from all the time, with only one cure possible. And that cure seems to have positioned herself half a world away, a bit less when I'm travelling, admittedly, but not so that it helps. It fades a little when one is actually being shot at, of course, but that's hardly a long-term solution. And come the long, still watches of the night, but moving swiftly on, when is your next leave after November? Oh, hang on, I haven't really moved on at all. So, by October 2011, he hasn't moved on from finding you sexually attractive. Is that fair enough to say?
That's what he says, yeah.
And we've got the incurable condition. And again, I think your evidence is that's sexual frustration.
Yes, that's how I interpret it.
And reference to the cure seems to have positioned herself half a world away. That's you being over in Australia, is it?
Yes.
And the inference being that you're the cure for his sexual frustration.
That's how I interpret it.
In terms of November won't work, earlier on in the email I think there was some discussion about trying to meet up. Was that because you had been intending to move, travel back to England in November?
It must have been.
So there's back and forth still with trying to meet up at around this time in 2011?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that when you did meet up, there would be sexual attraction between you then?
Yes, it continued more in that vein of dating and romance and intimacy.
Okay. Page 7 of this document, please. Sorry, page 8. So this is the end of that email. And again, he talks about going to different countries. He's looking to the east, particularly the Slavic countries, Albania. For now, with all my love as ever, undiluted by the baser desires outlined above, yours, James, Kiss. P.S. Send photos soonest. Anything in lingerie or out of it would be good. And, oh, and again, Kiss. And then P.P.S. Photos sent in 2 packages of zip files. Let me know if this fails. So we see here that he's asking for you to send photos again as soon as you could. And again, anything in lingerie or out of it. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
And he sent you photos in return. Or at least he sent you photos. Did you send him those photos as requested?
I didn't send those photos as requested. The photos that he sent would not have been anything sexual. They would have been of scenery.
Okay. Page 9 then, please. This is an email from the 6th of February 2012. Paragraph 1. My dearest Ellie, sorry this one has taken a little longer to write, but these are difficult times, and as a result I have absolutely nothing to impress or annoy you with. I spent a few weeks in Afghanistan just before Christmas, which was nice, but then got pulled to one side by the powers that be stateside and got told that there was a problem with me enjoying life, as it was un-American, and therefore I'd have to do 3 months in the office. Yes, I know, 3 bloody months. Contrary to the image I'm sure you have of me sitting in a corner suite of a penthouse block in La La Land, let me clarify that this entails looking at a traffic jam when in the US and not even seeing daylight when in Soho. This may coincide with what James Thompson says in his witness statement, the reference being UCPI 35553, paragraph 472.1. I'm not going to bring it up, but he says that he remained in the SO1 Specialist Protection Unit until 2012, when police undercover activities hit the news, at which point he was removed from operational duties to protect the MPS and preserve his anonymity, whilst they assessed the risk that might arise from the public disclosure in the media. And from then until his retirement in June 2014, he only fulfilled administrative duties in and around New Scotland Yard. Did you get the impression from your communications with him that he was frustrated being put on office duties?
Yes, he never liked sitting in an office. He had an aversion to Excel spreadsheets. So yeah, that he liked being out and about.
And so by 2012, it seems that this is what he's having to do for at least 3 months. And he's communicating that to you, albeit he's saying it's down to the people within La La Land and within his film industry employment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Moving to page 12 to 13. We have an email now from the 15th of April 2012. Paragraph 3. Sorry, I think it's the paragraph just above. Sorry, if you can take page 13 of this page, please. Sorry, bear with me. The first paragraph on page 12, before we move on to page 13. So this is a 2012 document in April. Dearest Ellie, I had intended to reply to your last immediately, as I thought with you laid up with a bad back, you'd have not a lot else to occupy yourself with. Actually, I quite often think of you laid up, albeit not with a bad back, and this reflection distracted me for a while. Then I also remembered all that studying you have to put in, and decided that while it was no problem for me to be distracted, with or without lingerie photos, postscript to your last noted, it would not do for you to be reading anything that didn't have a picture of a femur or a fetus in it. And then, moving on to the next page, paragraph 3, he does say here, I finally broken free. Sorry about the whinging tone of my last email, by the way. Does that make me a sook too? And I'm once again out in the daylight. Predictably enough, it's straight off to Afghanistan, and it has been noted by my peers that it is not entirely normal to prefer that to a nice, cosy, well-paid office job, but I bloody do, and not by a little bit. In this email, again, there's the sexual nature of the communications between you both in that first paragraph that seems to run throughout the communications with you. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah, that's fair.
And here again, he's talking about wanting to be out and about, not stuck in an office. He's wanting to be out in far-flung places.
Yes.
There comes an email later on. This is at page 15 of this document. It's an email from the 17th of June 2012. And paragraph 1 to 3. Where he says, Dearest Ellie, I know it's your turn, but I thought I'd ping you a couple of pictures to demonstrate how completely my escape from the La and London office has been. The first is a picture of my commute, which beats the hell out of both the freeways of South LA and the traffic grind around Soho. Admittedly, the locals have a tendency towards winging rockets up at you, but I suspect that happens in parts of LA too, and small arms fire is rife. The second is a group hug photo of my new best friends. I'm the one hiding behind the statue, just visible under the eagle's right wing, but you may have to zoom in a bit to confirm the tan. And I presume you're still in the depth of winter. In these photographs that he sent to you, he is sending pictures of him in far-flung places with other people, and within those photos, if you can remember what they are, we're not going to show them today, but if you can remember that, other people in uniforms with guns, do you recall that?
Yes, I know the photos.
Okay, and what did you think about those photos when you saw those for the first time?
Initially, I found the whole thing quite interesting. I wanted to know what he was doing, why he was in that situation, who they were. I had a lot of questions. Later on, it has raised some concerns.
Okay, and what are those concerns that you hold now about his activities during the time that you were in a relationship with him, or since?
So when he knew the inquiry was going on, he did ask for our address, which I think was that email you showed earlier on about Google Maps. He's never done that before. Just given the kind of work he did, the kind of person, the kind of people that the UCO seem to be, and the kind of interaction he has with people, like you said, like private contractors with guns, it raises a bit of concern, just for safety, really, especially if
Whose
I do think
safety?
sometimes.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Oh,
but whose
sorry,
safety are you
no,
talking?
just for my safety, for Wendy's safety, for anyone that's close to me. I do sometimes wonder if maybe that he would feel angry that I'm doing this and betrayed, and he would want revenge. So, sort of when this is all over and I've given evidence, I do think that I'm in a more vulnerable position, and it's more dangerous, because if he wanted to, if he wanted to exact revenge, that would be the time he would do it.
Okay.
And he has contacts, and he has the means, and he has the opportunity.
Okay. At the bottom of that email, he signs off again with "nonetheless, sent with all my love as ever was, and still thinking of you far more than is good for me, and not always undressed. James, kiss." So again, that sense that the sexual nature of his desire is expressed in the emails throughout.
Yeah, that was quite a common way that he would write.
Okay. Page 16, please. This is an email from the 4th of September 2002. Paragraph 1. He says, "Firstly, I'm very sorry to hear about Wendy and Privacy. I met them both in London when they were over once, and I thought they seemed well sorted. And surprisingly, I'm actually not very good at relationship stuff, so no change of my 100% wrong record here. Can you let me know how she seems after you get back from your road trip, and give me her email address? I've lost it on an old computer, and if you think it's wise, I'll send her an email directly." You were aware then at the time that he was directly in contact with Wendy, both through meeting in person and possibly email communication. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, they remained friends, and they remained in touch for as long as we did.
Okay. And her understanding at that time, did you discuss James with her? Was her understanding similar to yours as to where he was, what he was doing in terms of employment?
Yes, she was going over to America at one point, and she emailed him to say, should we meet up in LA? And then he said, actually he wasn't there at that time, he was in the UK.
Okay.
I think was that email 2012 or 2002?
2000. renting and were you looking to buy some land at that stage?
No, that's no. So that might have been talk of retirement,
Okay.
buying some land, putting a little house on it, having a veggie patch, all that Disney stuff.
He says I could continue my Google Earth. Sorry, I'll start again. I could continue my Google Earth stalking of you, which I confess hasn't been a huge success so far. I think you rent the place you're in now, don't you? That Google Earth stalking, what's he referring to there?
Yeah, so I'm assuming there that maybe he was looking up roughly where I lived and the sort of area I lived.
Okay.
I mean, that's all I can think.
The next paragraph goes on to trying to organise a time to meet up again, asking about your plans for August. So by this time, 2014, you're still meeting up, trying to arrange a convenient time for both of you to meet.
Yes.
And then in the next paragraph down, he says, now I'd better go and do some serious studying and absolutely not get distracted. But any thoughts of the mischief I would like to get up to, in brackets referred to in almost every paragraph above, sorry about that, it's your body after all, but it's the sort of mischief I'm feeling most inclined to. Don't think I'm going to even finish this, much less read about analytical narratives. Better things to occupy my mind. And P.S. Despite my distraction, this was sent, as is always the case, with all my love, J. And P.P.S. Photos attached include an indication of how 50s it is, the right sort of bike and the house I'd like, and it concludes just after that. So again, he's talking about how he feels about you, his sexual desire about you, and that you are occupying his mind regularly in that way.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Okay. And sends with all his love. So you're still under the impression that he's at least thinking about you in a sexual way all this time later.
Yes, I was.
That concludes what I want to say about this particular exhibit. If we can display now, this is a document that's in the supplemental bundle. So it's MPS 07197018. It's behind tab E1, sir. Page 8, it's the last paragraph. This is a document entitled Magenta Triangle Extraction, Chronology and Timetable. And we can see it's a long document, it's 8 pages long. And it talks about the different stages of his extraction. So this is the type of work that was going into his withdrawal from his SDS operation in the run-up to him leaving in 2002. And it's a protracted withdrawal, but at the end, the last paragraph says that gradually, of course, these emails will get shorter and more rushed. For his part, MT, meaning Magenta Triangle, will demonstrate less interest in them and their doings, referring to what was termed the wearies or the target group, and correspondingly more in himself and his career, so that his co-respondents feel inclined not to bother with MT eventually. These emails should include mention of brief returns to the UK, during which MT is too busy to see them, as well as covering possible sightings. This is also likely to gradually diminish his standing as a comrade and friend and lead to a sod him then attitude. So the concluding part of this extraction document says that at the end, when he finally moves away from his group, from his so-called wearies, emails will get shorter, more rushed, not really showing an interest, will come back to the UK but too busy to see people. And that will, in response, generate a feeling amongst the people that he knew within his deployment as a sod him then attitude, not going to keep in contact. That clearly didn't happen in your case, did it?
No, nor in Wendy's. That's quite an intensive extraction.
Yeah.
But no, that didn't happen. And I don't know, I do sometimes wonder if it ever would have.
Okay. In fact, quite the opposite. Long emails still, even as far on as 2014, still showing a great deal of interest in you and wanting to meet up and spend time with you when you came back to England. Okay.
Yeah, we were, yeah.
In James's witness statement, at paragraph 310, I don't need to show it on screen, but James accepts that he contacted you in May 2002, as soon as shortly after leaving the SDS, to say that he was visiting the UK and would like to meet. And thereafter, he admits that in person you met every 3 to 4 years, whenever you were both in London, and plus you exchanged emails once or twice a year. How accurate do you say that is?
I don't think that's accurate. We met up more often than that. The longest we went of meeting up was when I was in Australia, and it would be every 2 years. That was the longest before COVID. That was the longest I'd be away from the UK. With regards to emails, we emailed much more regularly than that.
Okay. If I can just go back to that email that he sent to you shortly after his deployment ended back in March 2002, the email that he sent to you on Wednesday, the 8th of May 2002. It's UCPI 38289, page 2. It's the third paragraph. Halfway through this paragraph, this is when he's talking about being in his West Hollywood accommodation in his apartment. He says there, of course I couldn't understand the word they said, but whatever it was seemed agreeable enough. Actually, unless I get my ass, that's the local colloquialism for arse in these parts. Oh, and that's just reminded me of yours. But moving swiftly on, and he goes on then to talk about something else. This reference to your arse and how he thinks, moving swiftly on, that was present from the very start, from that first email he sent you in May 2002, right through to as far as we've got in the communications now, 2014. So it's going on over at least 12 years, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I want to take you to what happened in 2015.
Yeah. We slept together.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in 2015 when you came back to visit England?
So I came back, visited England. At the end of my stay, I was in a hotel near Heathrow, which I often did to make sure I didn't get stuck in traffic. So if I had an early flight, I'd stay overnight in a hotel near the airport. So I had plenty of time. And he knew this, and we had arranged to meet up, which we did. And
just before we get to the Heathrow Hotel, you'd met him, I think, a couple of times before during the course of your stay here in England, had you?
I think so. I think we'd met up once, and then this was the second time.
Okay. So the reference to this and the exhibit that relates to this is Exhibit 9. It's behind tab A11 of the bundle. If I can have up UCPI 38294, please. If we go to page 2 first. These are WhatsApp messages or text messages, are they?
WhatsApp, I think.
And we can see this is the 11th of June 2015. So just to put this in context, Theresa May, by this time, had announced the statutory inquiry prior to this date. So I think there was certainly reference to the form that it would take on the 12th of March 2015. There'd been talk of the inquiry before then in 2014. So by the time you're meeting up now in June 2015, it's clear that an inquiry is going to take place into the SDS operations. Okay?
Yes. Yeah, and that. So I'm guessing he knew that would probably be the last time that we would see each other.
Were you aware of the inquiry at that stage?
Didn't have a clue. No.
The first grey box. So this is James texting you. God, you look good. So I was distracted. So forgot glasses. Bet you missed the train. That was when you met up first on this visit, was it?
Must have been,
Okay.
yes.
So that was the 11th of June. And then moving on, we get to text on the 22nd of June 2015. And he said, and the grey box, are you awake yet? Looks like I'm going to have to head back to La La Land, to La La fairly urgently. La La being a reference to Hollywood, is that?
Yeah, LA.
Awaiting flight to be booked, not as organised as you. Have you a plan for the next couple of days? Give me a ring to discuss. And it seems then, are you likely to have spoken before the next message, which is your plan is good, I'll have to head back by 8 o'clock to get the Gatwick flight. It looks like maybe you had a phone call to arrange meeting up.
Maybe we had a phone call, yes.
Okay. He's asking about this meetup. It's not you chasing him, it seems, from these text messages. Is that fair?
That's fair, but we were closer than we had been in previous years leading up to this.
Okay. So the relationship by now in 2015 has intensified a bit, has it?
It had a little bit, yes.
Page 4 then we move to the 23rd of June 2015. And he asks, are you in Heathrow land yet? And you reply, just checked in. And this is about quarter to midnight almost. He's not too far away, 20 minutes. And then he says, I'm in the foyer, I can't find you, you're upstairs. And then next page. Halfway down, we see the next response is at 4:39 in the morning, and he says, should have allowed more time to find my way back out of the hotel. Really good to see more of you this trip, in brackets, did you see what I did there? And we'll look forward to the next time, whenever and wherever it be. Can you just put that into context as to what actually happened that night?
I can. I know it says 4:39 in the morning, but I think that was probably because that was still on Australian time.
Okay.
So it was actually in the evening. But yeah, we had met up, we'd gone out, and then we'd come back to the hotel and we had had sex.
And your understanding of the relationship at that stage was what?
I didn't know. That did throw me a little bit. That confused me. And afterwards, he seemed a little. Just. It was a bit. It was a bit odd. I couldn't put my finger on what, but I was like, oh, this might have been a mistake, and I don't quite know what to make of it, and I don't know how I feel about it. So it confused things.
James has said in his witness statement to this inquiry, 35553, paragraph 313, I'm not going to show it, but he says, apart from one further sexual encounter in 2015, the relationship was platonic following the conclusion of his operation. In terms of the element of sexual desire, what's your comment about that? I think you have said before it's kind of platonic, but there was something else going on.
Yeah, because it wasn't a relationship and it wasn't a friendship. It was somewhere in the middle. I always said it was a forced platonic situation, just given geography. But from an emotional point of view, I felt it was more than that.
So I do have another couple of topics just to look at. It shouldn't take too long, but I am aware that the stenographer has been going now for some time, and with it being midday, if we could take a 5-minute break. I think.
I take it you would like a break?
Yes, please.
And is 5 minutes long enough, or do you need 10?
5 is fine.
Okay. Then we're going to break for 5 minutes to let the shorthand writers have a short break. They have a lot to do, and they need the odd break, just as you do.
Perfect.
Not
Okay.
too far off the end, however, I hope.
Right. Thanks.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. If I can have up on screen, please, behind tab A12, it's Exhibit 8, UCPI 38293. Ellie, I'd like to ask you about now what happened in 2018 when there was contact by James Thompson to you via WhatsApp. Page 2, please. We can see that the top date is the 11th of April. That's when we understand that James first WhatsApped you in 2018 to ask for you to be in contact with him. Can you tell us, between the time that you had sex in Heathrow in 2015 and this communication in 2018, what was the nature of your relationship or friendship then in those 3 years? Can you recall?
Yeah, after 2015, I wondered if things would change, and I was happy that they hadn't. So we carried on in exactly the same way that we had always carried on. The only thing of note is that Wendy and I had purchased a house, and we'd split it between us, and he'd asked for our address, which was 2017, I think that was. That was the only thing that was vaguely different. And then this message out of the blue.
Okay. And you replied on the 17th of April to say, so you'd broken your phone, which explains why you took some days to respond to him, but said, how does tonight sound? I should be in from work about 7 o'clock Australian time. I have no idea where you are, but is that civilised? And that's because you didn't know whereabouts in the world he was. Is that right?
Okay, yes.
So you didn't know what time
I think
zone.
the phone number that he contacted me on seemed to be an Egyptian phone number.
Okay. We understand that, and this is referenced at paragraph 320 in James Thompson's witness statement, and there is reference to his earlier witness statement to this inquiry, which he gave in 2017. So for your reference, that is UCPI 35223. That on the 17th of April, he signed a witness statement for the purposes of giving that to this inquiry, that he had potentially an old email address for you, but didn't explain that he was in contact with you, had your phone number, for instance. Were you aware of that? Did he ever tell you that at the time when you were communicating at this time, that he had told the inquiry about his relationship with you?
I didn't know the inquiry existed until he told me in that phone call.
But he didn't say anything about having written a witness statement for the inquiry?
Not as far as I can remember, no.
And did he inform you, so he didn't say, as far as you knew, that he had suggested he might be able to get some contact with you through an old email address?
Is this when we were having the conversation, the phone conversation? Yeah. No, he never said anything about that.
So if we turn to the next page of this document, page 3, we can see that there's some communication about arranging the phone call, and at the bottom you say, sounds perfect, not the lack of wine, but the other bit, give me 10 minutes. And over the page, This now moves to September 2018. So can you tell us what happened on the 18th of April? If we go back to page 3, this, I think, at the bottom of the page is where you have a conversation.
On the 18th.
On the 18th of April 2018.
So he rang, and I'd gone into my room for some privacy, and there was a few seconds of just superficial, hi, how you going, how you doing, and then he's just launched into saying that back when we were dating, he had actually been undercover, and it was about a half an hour conversation where he said, look, there's a bit of an inquiry going on, they may try and contact you, and then talked about it a little bit.
Did he ask anything of you at the time? Did he ask you to do anything in particular or not do anything?
No, I don't think so. So the conversation itself was a bit of a shock, and it's just this weird numbness that happened. I've never felt anything like it. I can't explain it. Just a strange feeling. I didn't quite know what to think. I didn't quite know what to ask. I wasn't quite making sense of it. I thought, the way he was talking, that maybe everything was real apart from his job. I thought maybe he wasn't a locations manager. And it was only as things progressed that he was sort of talking about Wendy and all the rest of it. And then he said, the inquiry will probably tell you my real name. And that hit quite hard, because I was like, oh no, everything's a lie. And that hit home a little bit. I don't think he asked me to do anything.
Okay. So by now we're 16 years on from when he ostensibly left to go to America, aren't we? So he left in 2002 after your relationship of about 10 months or a year, and we're 16 years later now, having had that form of a relationship, that long distance friendship relationship, and now you're being told that he's not who he said he was.
Yes.
What did you do after you put down the phone to him then?
Sat there for a bit. I genuinely didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do. We were housemates again, Wendy and I, and she was in the lounge. And he'd said, oh, maybe don't tell Wendy, she'll be angry. And I'm like, I have to tell her. But I just did not know what to do. So I went and had a shower, and I sat in the shower and I had my sort of forehead against the tiles. And I just thought for a bit, and I thought, just don't do anything for 24 hours. And then tell Wendy. And don't plan anything beyond that. And so that's what I did. But that next week, it's kind of like being in a dream. Like I don't really remember it very well. I don't know why. I just don't.
Did you have any sense of what you might do in relation to the inquiry, whether you would need to be involved in that at all?
I had no idea. but I had no idea really what it was and what he was or anything like that. When I told Wendy, she went very still, and then she knew, she had heard about the inquiry, so she pretty quickly cottoned on to what was going on with it. I wasn't sure. I kind of thought from what he said that you were going to get in touch. So I thought, well, I guess I'll wait and see. But honestly, weirdest feeling ever. I did not know which way was up.
Okay. The next page of this document is it shows messages, WhatsApp messages from the 12th of September 2018.
Okay.
Was that the next contact you had, or had you some form of communication in between those times, from when you spoke on the 18th of April to when you received this message from James on the 12th of September? Sorry, it looks like it's on the Friday, the 7th of September.
We'd had no contact at all between the two. I think this was in relation to, I had come forward to I'd contacted the lawyers, and then through them I'd come forward to the inquiry, and he'd obviously heard about that, and then he'd messaged.
Okay. And he messages you, "Hi Ellie, hope this finds you doing well. Heard from solicitors to say you had been in touch with the inquiry in the UK. As I said when we spoke, that's absolutely your right, and I will continue to respect whatever decisions you make. So really only wanted to say that if you do still want to discuss any of this at the personal level, then that offer also stays open. And I will be happy to speak to you and to explain, at least as far as I can, anything you want to ask. Obviously, if you don't want to speak or have been advised against it, then please just ignore this. Good luck for the future, wherever it might take you." And then you respond. First off, how did you feel about receiving that text message?
Well, I felt sick. I was at work, and clearly I do not have a poker face. I got the message and I stopped, and one of my colleagues went, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And I was like, "Fine." And I thought I was going to vomit. I had to leave the room.
And why was that? What was it about that text that made you feel nauseous?
The fact that he'd contacted, the fact that he knew. I know it sounds weird, but I also thought I'd betrayed him a little bit by coming forwards. And I knew that wasn't the case, but I still felt that way. So just getting that contact from him out the blue after those months was a bit of a shock.
You respond by saying, "Hey James, after we last spoke, I stupidly read up on everything, and I'm embarrassed to admit that it's thrown me way more than I could have imagined. While I have a lot of questions about this whole thing, I am becoming increasingly aware that it's highly unlikely I will ever get any answers, and that is something that just has to be dealt with. I've been advised not to have any more contact with you, and I also think, given everything that's going on and how I'm a bit of a mess at the moment, that this is for the best. I sincerely hope that this can be resolved quickly so we can all get past it." When you say you were a bit of a mess at the moment, what did you mean?
Well, I had been researching quite a lot for months, I think, just trying to work out what was going on, what was happening, who he was, who they were. I was also I was very paranoid that they were watching me. I was all over the shop.
Going back to the very start of your relationship with James, you talked about being in a bit of a mess at that time in your life as well, when you had just left the animal hospital and the accommodation set up that you had with your senior colleague. Did it feel similar to that kind of a bit of a mess in your life at that stage?
No, it was different.
How?
It was very... it had just turned everything on its head. Like the wildlife hospital thing I could deal with, this I was really struggling to get past.
Looking back to that time in 2001, when you first started going out with James, did he know about the situation you had with that senior colleague or not?
Yes.
Did you speak to him about it?
I talked about it, and I think Wendy had talked about it as well.
What had your relationship with men been like until that point?
Until the wildlife hospital. How do you mean, sorry?
In terms of any... The relationship clearly with the senior colleague was not a good relationship with a man.
No.
I suppose if I put it this way, how did the way that you realised James had treated you by the time you got to find out in 2018 that he'd deceived you about his identity, what was the cumulative impact of that on you in terms of your experience with men in that regard?
Yes. So James had sort of restored my faith a little bit in men being honest and upfront and decent and trustworthy and all of that kind of thing. So I got that very wrong.
And so that illusion had been taken away from you.
Absolutely shattered.
In his witness statement, paragraph 317, he says he gave no consideration to the possible impact on you because he thought you would never find out. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, like would this have carried on? How long would this have carried on for? With Wendy as well, like would this have gone on forever? Would he have ever cut contact or said anything or like that? How could you keep it going that long? That's just bizarre. To me, that's just weird.
In general, the impact on you, can you describe how that's impacted on your life more generally rather than just the physical, emotional side of things?
Oh, I hate talking about this. I mean, I don't really trust people anymore. I don't make new friends. I do stalk people a little bit if I've met someone or their friends. We had one friend we met while out walking and had a lot in common, and we became friends. And I stalked her Facebook. I went back as far as I could just to see who she was and what she was. And then it turned out that she was connected to someone who was connected to someone who was connected to John Dines. And I just went off on a tangent and I was like, well, she's one of them. And didn't quite know how to deal with that. I can't drive my car, it sounds really weird, until I check my boot. I'm going to get upset, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Would you like to take a minute?
Of course. We'll pause now. Could you let us know when you're ready to resume? If
In
you
5
would.
minutes?
Of course, in 5 minutes, yes.
Thank you.
All right.
I understand the position to be that there are not very many more questions of you now, but you would prefer to be re-examined by Miss Gilroy on the date that has been fixed for you to come back, the 3rd of November. Have I understood
Yes.
it correctly?
Correct, yes.
Of course.
Sorry about the mess.
No,
I will try
no.
not to do that again.
No, please.
No.
You're speaking of events that none of us here, I suspect, have ever experienced personally, anything even remotely like it. And I entirely understand that it is not easy. And I say now, I am very grateful to you for taking the trouble to give oral evidence to me. And you need to apologise for nothing.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Ellie, it's apparent from your evidence that Officer James Thompson had a deceitful relationship with you that lasted about 17 years in one form or another, from the age that you were about 21 to 38 years old. Yeah. And for many people, that's prime time for finding a suitable partner. To what extent did your relationship with James influence your life choices in general in respect of romantic relationships?
Yeah, so he and I, sort of dating him, I sort of held that as the standard because we got on so well, because we were so similar, because I could be myself more, because it was such a good relationship. And my first one, I was like, well, this is what you could have, so don't really settle for anything else. Which, as it turns out, anything else was actually legitimately real, and this wasn't. So there's that.
And that sense of a James Bond character that we spoke about earlier, this lovable, affable rogue who is, a charming person, doesn't really do too much damage at the end of the day. What do you say about that? Is he really a James Bond character?
I just think he's a bit of a... No, I don't think he's a James Bond character. I'm not going to swear. But no, I don't think there's anything lovable or roguish about it, to be honest with you.
How would you describe the way that he treated you?
I would really love to know what he was doing and what he thought he was doing. I don't for 1 second believe that any of it was legitimate. And I think I've said that in my statement. Sarah, Wendy and myself are very different people. And all three of us thought highly of him. And Sarah and I dated him, and we're very different people. So for both of us to think that it was great suggests that he was a bit of a chameleon, which means none of it was genuine. When I was looking all of this up, I found a thing, an article by, I think it was the Undercover Research Group, I can't remember who it was, but they said, you might have known one of these officers if, and they listed about 15 things. And he fit, I think, 12 of them. And it just brought it home that none of it was actually real. So whether he was doing it for his ego, or because it was a bit of fun, or because he just got off on it, I don't know. But I know it wasn't real. Now, I know it wasn't real.
And when you say it wasn't real, the tactics that he used, what do you say about those in terms of how he infiltrated your personal life?
I mean, it was just so completely unnecessary. The people that he was going after, the people that they were spying on, to me, they didn't need to be spied on. And it was political stuff. It wasn't even policing. They weren't breaking the law. It just seemed to be very politically motivated and very over the top, especially for the kind of information they were getting and they were looking for. You could get that by being very superficial. But he did this massive deep dive into everything, I think just for fun and just because he could.
Do you get the sense that you played a part, or you were forced to play a part in that deployment, in his cover, his legend?
I mean, I helped him gain access to Wendy's house, and I helped legitimise him.
In what way?
Yeah, because he was going out with someone, and it just helped. And the length of time he was undercover and the fact that he was dating people, I think legitimised him as a real person and not this undercover person.
And getting access to Wendy's house, how would that have assisted?
So I remember one time in particular, I woke up at night, he was staying over and he wasn't in bed. And I was like, oh, maybe he's gone to the loo or something. And he didn't come back for ages. And then I heard him come upstairs. And the house was on 3 levels. So you had the kitchen downstairs, and then you had the lounge room, a bathroom, and my room on the middle level. And then you had Wendy and my sister had bedrooms on the top level. So he'd been down in the kitchen that whole time. And the kitchen was sort of at the heart of the home. It's where we spent a lot of time. It's where you'd come home and you'd pop your bag down. It's where we talked a lot about stuff. And it's where we kept things, certain paperwork, keys, all of that kind of stuff was all down in that kitchen. So he had access to that all night if he wanted it.
And do you think he did access that, or what
I think
do you
he did,
recall
and
about that?
I think also he had ample opportunity, and this is where I sound paranoid, to plant bugs in the house. And I think that's what he would have done, or bug the telephone or bug the room so that he could hear us talking. And he can hear Wendy talking. If she had other friends come round, he could eavesdrop on their conversations.
Overall, Ellie, James Thompson's deployment impacted on your life from about the age of 20, when you say you first met him, that first time you met at the Wildlife Hospital back in 1999-2000, I think you said it was. And you're clearly still dealing with the impact to date, not least the ordeal of coming here and giving your evidence to this inquiry. That's at least 25 years, and you're now in your mid-40s. Overall, Ellie, it's been something that's impacted you for a major proportion of your life. Is there anything you would like to say further now, and this is my final question, that you would like this inquiry to understand about your experience of undercover policing?
About my experience of undercover policing. The police, especially the Met, never had the best reputation. And they have been known to be a number of things: corrupt, racist, misogynistic, the whole lot. The general consensus is it's not a case of one bad apple, it's the whole orchard. But for them to know that they did this, and to know that they did it to groups that were just speaking out about stuff they believed in, and even think unions, justice campaigns for families. I'm not going to get upset again, hold that thought. Wait.
You mentioned the word misogyny, and your own physical and personal space. What would you say specifically about that?
Just the level of intrusion was unbelievable. Just whoever thought that was necessary and relevant just needs their head read. Right? I'm not good at this stuff, sorry. But yeah, just absolute waste of time, waste of resources, and completely pointless and over the top and invasive.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
I understand that you will be willing to come back to complete your evidence when Ms. Kilroy will want to re-examine you.
Yes.
On the 3rd of November. Would it be possible for you to begin at 10 o'clock our time rather than 9 o'clock our time? It makes life...
100%. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm very grateful to you for that.
No
Ms. Kilroy, do you need to speak to your witness in between now and then?
I would be grateful if I could have the permission to do so on the usual basis.
Yes, you do.
Necessary.
Yes, of course you do. Yes. We will meet again then in a little over a week's time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll rise now. There's going to be a fire alarm and evacuation of the building, but that does not apply to those conducting this inquiry. But we'll resume at 2.